right, ladies and gentlemen, it is Friday, the 24th of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief David Reimer. We are now in the midst of, well, for one, looking at me, two, an increasingly busy evening of severe thunderstorm activity across portions of Texoma and North Texas. Unlike yesterday and the last few days, the thunderstorms today have been across Texoma in North Texas versus the Concho Valley, Central Texas, and the Hill Country. We do have a tornado warning for far northern Cook County. This is, for all intent and purposes, going to be near Thackerville, Oklahoma. Windstar. This is staying north of the city of Gainesville, and this is moving towards Dexter. And eventually, this could be an issue for northern Grayson County, Whitesboro to Gordonville, Pottsboro to Denison, Norwood to Sherman. So again, that's still a good hour away, probably. The storm's not moving east very quickly, but again, it is moving east, east-southeast, and is going to be an issue for more of Cook County, Grayson County. All right, we've got a severe storm capable of producing large hail, increasing supercell organization on Highway 114 from just east of Rome all the way to 35W, Texas Motor Speedway, east to Roanoke. This storm is showing increasing organization, probably producing quarter-size hail right now. It could end up producing hail larger than the size of quarters soon. That storm is moving east-southeast. And then this thing over Hood County. This thing may be our next candidate for a tornado warning soon. Area of low-level circulation developing now southeast of Lipan, northwest of the city of Granbury. This storm's only moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. So these are not fast-moving storms in any way, shape, or form. This thing in Hood County could be dropping golf ball-size hail. The storm approaching Texas Motor Speedway could also be dropping now golf ball-size hail. We're showing winds out of the southeast at Fort Worth Alliance Airport. It is 85 degrees with a dew point of 76, which is extremely high. And we're also starting to see a little bit of a hook echo there, too. Now, that's the view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Let's just take a look. How about this? We'll press this button instead. Hold on a second. That's on me. I gotta press the right button. Here's a view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's looking at the Supercell in southwestern Denton County. You know, Texas Motor Speedway back over to Rome in eastern Wise County. This storm is showing a impressive spike in the hail department aloft. This could start dropping some really big hail in southwestern Denton County soon. This storm's currently moving east at about 15 to 20 miles an hour, but the potential for hail, well, first off, yeah, hail. The potential for this storm to start moving east-southeast may increase. Regardless, those of you in northern Tarrant County, southern Denton County, need to keep a close eye on this. This could become a nasty hailer here in the next 30 minutes. Again, hail sizes are increasing now. The radar thinks this could have baseballs flying at about 30,000 feet aloft. By the time those make it down to the surface, probably golf balls. But the hail core is intensifying with this storm near Texas Motor Speedway into southwestern portions of Justin. And the storm is moving due east towards Roanoke, Flower Mound, Double Oak. And that's the storm Jason Cooley is monitoring. This thing in Hood County, I'll tell you what, this is probably, this keeps up, we're getting real close to needing a tornado warning on this. You can see very well-defined hook echo now. This is going to be north of Tolar by about 4 miles north of Tolar is where that hook echo is located. We've got a hail core over Oak Trail Shores moving southeast slowly towards the city of Granbury. This storm is making a beeline for the city of Granbury in Hood County. So, this may require a tornado warning shortly for places like Tolar or the city of Granbury. The rotation is not strong with this right now, but yes, there is low-level rotation. We're not looking all that far away from the radar. The radar is in Burleson. So again, this thing's starting to wrap up here pretty tightly. So a tornado warning may be issued soon for Hood County, including the city of Granbury. Regardless, this storm could be dropping at least golf ball size hail, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds. And that storm's only moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. The storm meteorologist Jason Cooley is on. He's taking a look at the storm here in southern Denton County near Texas Motor Speedway, 35W and 114, southwest of the city of Justin. Not a lot of low-level organization in terms of rotation with this, but this storm is showing increasing indications of producing hail. Could be quarter to golf ball size hail over the next 15 minutes at Texas Motor Speedway, south side of the city of Justin, crossing over 35W into portions of Roanoke, southern sections of Argyle, into Double Oak and Flower Mound by 6:45. This storm is moving east at 20 miles an hour. We got a storm over eastern Hunt County. That storm showing a nasty hail core coming up on I-30. Campbell to Cumbie, east of the city of Greenville. This could bring hail to the city of Sulphur Springs. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. This storm is moving east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So those of you in Sulphur Springs, you could have hail in the city by 6:30 to 6:35. That storm, again, moving northeast. We got a right southeastward moving supercell over Alma to Ennis to Bardwell. This is moving southeast towards the city of Rice on Interstate 45. The Navarro Ellis County line. This could have maybe some quarter-size hail with it, some heavy rain. That storm moving southeast at about 25. If it continues, it may approach Gun Barrel City. And Cedar Creek Reservoir by 7 o'clock. We have a couple storms also up 287 all the way up to Waxahachie to Midlothian. Those storms, small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. If they intensify, a severe thunderstorm warning may be required. So we've got 3 supercells. 1, tornado-warned supercell near Windstar World Casino. That storm's moving further southeast and is going to be crossing into northeastern Cook and Grayson counties over the next 30 minutes. This storm may pose a direct threat to the cities of Denison and Sherman by 7:30 p.m. This storm will likely pass a bit north of Whitesboro unless it turns further southeast, in which case it may approach Whitesboro. At this point, it is tornado warned. It is capable of quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging winds, and can't rule out a tornado in its life cycle. Denton County. This storm in southern Denton County is really trying to take off in the hail department now. You can see the radar thinks there's hail larger than baseballs aloft. That's the storm Jason Cooley's on. You can see it's actually showing some interesting low-level, scary-looking clouds. We'll take a full-screen look in a minute. We'd be looking for motion with that. That would be a wall cloud developing there. This storm's on 114 near Texas Motor Speedway. It's moving east at about 20 miles an hour. If it intensifies further, there's a chance it could start turning southeast, which would try to take it towards DFW Airport. For now, it's moving east towards Trophy Club, Flower Mound, Double Oak, Roanoke. 35W at 114, Texas Motor Speedway. And yeah, there is a bit of weak rotation with it, nothing that screams, uh-oh, spaghetti-o. We'll take a quick full-screen look. There, and again, that's your wall cloud. Notice there is some movement, but you don't have rapid extreme rotation right now, which is good. We don't want to see extreme rapid rotation. That would indicate the potential for tornado genesis and issues. But again, we've got multiple storm chasers out and about today. We have, I'm going to try to list them all off the top of my head. This isn't going to work out well. Adam Lucio, Brett Wright, Chelsea Burnett, Jason Cooley, Trey Greenwood, Stephen Jones, all out and about today. We've got a trifecta. Technically, we have 4 live streams coming from our chasers today. In terms of storms, besides the one up in Cook County near Windstar that's moving towards areas just northeast of Gainesville to north of Whitesboro, and eventually towards the cities of Denison and Sherman, This storm down here northwest of Granbury is another candidate for potential spinny mischief in the short term. You can see clearly we have a well-defined hook echo here on radar. And yes, we do have at least a broad area of circulation. We've got winds moving towards the radar in Burleson at about 30 miles an hour. And I'm going to assume about 30 miles an hour, 25 to 30 away. So about 55 to 60 miles per hour in a relatively broad mesocyclone as we go back over to the how hard it's raining mode. This storm moving southeast. If the rotation intensifies, the Weather Service in Fort Worth will need to put a tornado warning on it. But for now, this storm is capable of quarter to golf ball size hail. And that is moving towards Oak Trail Shores, the Brazos Bend, down to Granbury, Lake Granbury, De Cordova, the Pecan Plantation, to Tolar. If this circulation intensifies, a tornado warning may be required for Hood County. But again, big issue for now is hail and wind. This storm up in southwestern Denton County is going on a bit of an energy spree. You can see meteorologist Jason Cooley's got a view of a wall cloud there on the right side of the screen. Jason, hold the camera still.
A new severe thunderstorm
Thank you.
Has been issued for Ellis, Henderson, Kaufman, and Navarro County in Texas.
So there's your wall cloud. That's with this storm in southwestern Denton County. We're watching for any areas of rapid rotation. You can see the low levels of that definitely are moving. There does appear to at least be a bit of modest rotation with that wall cloud. I assume Jason is looking west of 35W from near Texas Motor Speedway. This storm at this point capable of producing large hail.
Of Granbury in Hood County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.75 inches. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, Penny hail northeast of Granbury.
Damaging winds and heavy rainfall. I'll go ahead, let's press a button here. We'll turn a loop on over the last half hour so you can at least sense the storm motion, and we'll zoom out and do a bit of an overview here. Again, we don't have too many storms today. Here's what we've got going on. You can see we've got one storm moving towards Sulphur Springs. That's got a pretty good hail core. We've got a tornado warned supercell passing just east of Windstar Casino now. That is moving towards Dexter in northeastern Cook County, kind of towards Collisburg too. This storm will pose a direct threat to Grayson County. Grayson County. The storm has turned southeast, so this is going to start moving closer to Whitesboro. That storm on the Red River, that could eventually impact places like Whitesboro, Sadler, Southmaid, Pottsboro, Knollwood, Sherman. If it turns super southeast, even down to Howe and Dorchester. We've got a severe storm, southwestern Denton County. That storm has quarter to golf ball size hail. Very weak low-level rotation right now. That's the one we're looking at for meteorologist Jason Cooley. Storm chaser Stephen Jones is heading up to Whitesboro, and Adam Lucio's been documenting the storm from near Windstar World Casino. We've got a supercell down in Hood County approaching the city of Granbury. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds. Has shown some weak rotation at times as well. But the only storm we have a tornado warning on at the moment is the storm in Cook County, east of World Star World Casino. At this point, kind of moving up towards Whitesboro, Carlsberg, and Dexter. All right, I'm going to press some buttons here. Get this set up. Across Texoma, North Texas. We've got a severe storm approaching Sulphur Springs. That storm's got some pretty nasty hail with it. That's moving northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds, large hail. With that, we've got a severe storm approaching Alma and Rice in Navarro, Ellis counties. That storm has quickly spun itself up into something that could have at least golf ball size hail.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Grayson County in Texas.
We've got a severe storm over Dexter to Carlsberg. That's moving southeast towards Whitesboro, Southmaid, Sadler, Gordonville, Pottsboro, eventually the city of Sherman. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail. We've got a severe thunderstorm located over Texas Motor Speedway to Roanoke to Marshall Creek up to Coral City, the gas station on 35W north of 114, and Argyle. That storm could have quarter to maybe golf ball size hail. We've got a severe storm approaching the city of Granbury. That storm's moving southeast at about 10 miles an hour. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging wind gust. And again, I'll just zoom and show you what we've got going on in Sulphur Springs. Storm with hail about to cross 154 from Tira up or down to Sulphur Springs. That storm's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Very fast mover. One of these left split supercells. You should be able to hear me, so if you can't hear me, that might not be on my end. But I'll double check. No, it's not on my end. Okay, so tornado warning again. That's going to be it's really a Friday, isn't it? Severe thunderstorm warning. Hopkins County around Sulphur Springs, moving northeast towards Bogota, Talco. That'll cross 271 north of Mount Vernon, north of Mount Pleasant. That could have quarter to $half size hail. That storm's moving northeast, 45 miles an hour. A couple other storms in northeast Texas right now, maybe some small hail. Severe storm, southwestern Denton County over 35W at 114. That storm moving off to the east at about 20 miles an hour towards Trophy Club, Flower Mound, Double Oak. That could have some quarter to golf ball size hail. That's a storm meteorologist Jason Cooley's taking a look at right now. Storm chaser Stephen Jones is heading up to this storm. That'll be approaching Whitesboro. Down in Hood County, we've got a supercell approaching the city of Granbury. That storm's moving southeast at 10 to 15 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts. And yeah, we see that hook echo right there. We're keeping an eye on it. The rotation remains weak. Down here, northern Navarro County, this storm over Alma to Rice has gone holy moly guacamole. Probably the most impressive hail signature we've seen so far today. This storm could be dropping golf ball to baseball size hail in Alma right now on Interstate 45 near Rice. This storm is moving east-southeast, right towards Cedar Creek Reservoir. If this storm turns southeast, it will end up remaining south of Gun Barrel City, but it almost looks like it's just trying to ride Highway... it's pretty much trying to ride Highway 85 east over Cedar Creek Reservoir towards Gun Barrel City, Maybank, Payne Springs, Enchanted Oaks, Toole, Eustis, Log Cabin. This storm probably has some really big hail, like the ouchie, 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 ouchies kind of hail, or in non-baby language, baseballs, probably. Damaging straight line winds, and I'll stop the loop here and show you. There is a bit of, there's still some rotation with this thunderstorm we're going to have to keep an eye on. But again, this radar thinks there's baseball to softball size hail with this thing falling in Alma right now. It's moving east towards Gun Barrel City, Toole, Payne Springs, Cedar Creek Reservoir, Eustis, Payne Springs, Log Cabin, Malakoff. If it turns southeast at all like this thinks it is, it could move towards the city of Athens. Back over Hood County we go. We've got a supercell in Hood County. Hail about to move into the city of Granbury. Could be quarter to golf balls with that. That's moving towards Granbury Lake, passing just northeast of Tolar. Tolar, you're going to get the rear flank downdraft on the backside of this, meaning some pretty nasty winds possible out of the northwest. At this point, no tornado warning. The rotation on this is looking quite weak right now. That's good. Storm in southern Denton County, riding the Denton-Tarrant County line, moving over Roanoke right now. This storm could have a quarter to golf ball size hail from Coral City down to Roanoke, Marshall Creek, moving towards Westlake, Flower Mound, Double Oak, Highland Village, Louisville, north sections of Grapevine. So again, this storm is moving east at about 15 miles an hour. Chance it tries to turn a little southeast. If it does, it'll move closer to Grapevine. This is the storm that Jason Cooley's on right now. A bit of weak rotation. None of these storms are showing especially strong rotation right now. Today is a day where the tornado threat is low. The low-level wind shear is not really all that strong. The atmosphere is extremely unstable. We have all sorts of mischief in the hail and wind department, but not a big tornado risk day. But we also have a complicating factor. That's outflow boundaries left over from storms, well, this morning, yesterday, and even storms earlier this afternoon. Anything that latches, or any storm that latches onto an outflow boundary, will at least temporarily have enhanced low-level wind shear and the ability to work with some of that. Oh, congrats. You get to see how some of the technology is made. This really isn't what I wanted to be doing right now, but apparently technology and I just don't get along. Let me fix this real quick. There you go. Don't you love technology? I'm not dealing with it right now. Sorry, bud. All right, so we're going to be keeping an eye on this storm. We'll try to switch over to Adam's feed. This program's about to try to crash on me again. This is Jason Cooley's feed. Let me switch over to Adam's.
Well, Chelsea's on the one to the south, so that one goes. It'd be nice if she got a nice score that few people got.
So Adam is in Gainesville, moving off to the east, I assume. Clean that up for y'all. Get a nice full screen look. There you go.
Somebody going, yeah. They're from Oklahoma.
There we go. All better. So Adam's heading east on 82 out of Gainesville. We'll go back to the full screen here. And again, we'll keep an eye on what he has. You've got Stephen Jones. He's heading up towards Grayson County as well. And then Jason Cooley is on this storm in southern Denton County. So we've got a couple of storms we're dealing with in the hail department. Looks like a storm north of Mount Pleasant, south of Clarksville, southwest of Annona, moving northeast at about 20, has an intensifying hail core. That could have maybe some nickel to quarter size hail with it. Got a storm north of Sulphur Springs. That's moving northeast towards Bogota and Talco at about 45 miles an hour. This storm over parts of the Metroplex, which the computer will ring for.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas, Denton, and Tarrant County in Texas.
So this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. The Weather Service thinks this storm is starting to move more to the east-southeast, which is why the severe thunderstorm warning now includes portions of Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, Denton counties. Or at least Denton County. I don't think it includes Collin, but it might as well. I don't really care, to be honest with you. This storm is over Roanoke up to portions of Argyle, east to Double Oak to Flower Mound, moving east, maybe a bit east-southeast at 15 miles an hour. If this does turn a little further southeast, it's going to ride 114 all the way down towards Grapevine and DFW International Airport. This storm could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail, but if it intensifies, the upper echelon for the hail threat, as in how much hail this could produce, if it intensifies, this thing could drop baseball to softballs, no problem. But it's not doing that right now. Let's make that abundantly clear. All right, let me see if I can't get this thing to load nicely. Well, at least that loaded nicely. There you go. Merry Christmas. Okay, make sure we have no sound. There we go. Okay, we're going to put this over here, make it look kind of pretty, and there we go. Another stream salvaged, ladies and gentlemen. It is only Friday, but it feels like a Monday. All right, it's 6:30 now. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms this afternoon. We got a severe storm over Rice to Alma. That could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail. That's moving due east towards Cedar Creek Reservoir, Gun Barrel City, Toole, Payne Springs, Enchanted Oaks, Log Cabin, eventually Maybank to Eustis on 175. Severe storm approaching the city of Granbury. This thing's got all sorts of spinny mischief trying to go on with it, but it is not succeeding, fortunately. What it is succeeding at is producing quarter to golf ball size hail. That storm's moving southeast at like 10 miles an hour, and again, is about to bring hail, rain, wind to the city of Granbury, Lake Granbury, eventually moving down towards, I mean, it's pretty much moving south-southeast. It may make a run at just riding Highway 144 down to Highway 67 near Glen Rose to Rainbow. So again, storm over Roanoke, moving east-southeast towards Flower Mound, Coppell, Grapevine, kind of Louisville. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail with it. We got a storm up in northwestern Grayson County, Grayson-Cook County line. Storm's looking a lot less organized right now. That's a good thing. Over Dexter to Gordonville to Carlsberg, approaching Sadler and Whitesboro. That's moving southeast towards Pottsboro, Sherman, Knollwood. But we have a lot of storms that keep running into it. I'll put a loop on this and you'll see what I mean. We just have storms developing to its south, and those keep running up and essentially hitting this thing. See how these storms are firing up and merging into this big storm? There's one or two things that can happen with these situations. One, it can intensify the parent supercell and sometimes cause low-level rotation to increase. Or two, it'll weaken the storms and it'll just turn into a blob. Right now, it kind of looks like number two's happening in terms of the blobby behavior. So that is good. We'll see how that changes, but still heavy rain and hail, strong winds with that. You can see we've got some storms all the way up into southern Oklahoma. Northeast Texas, we've got a storm now approaching Tira. This is northeast of Sulphur Springs. That is going to be moving towards Sulphur Bluff, crossing over Highway 37 from Bogota down to Mount Vernon, staying north of Mount Vernon probably, but moving towards Bogota, Johntown, and Talco. On Highway 271, a couple of other storms that have developed across portions of Red River and Bowie counties in northeast Texas. Those storms are also moving northeast, could have small hail, gusty winds, lightning, and some heavy rain. So again, we have no tornado warnings at this point. We got plenty of storms producing hail, and that's going to be the name of the game over the next several minutes. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break, let y'all listen to some music. You can watch the live Storm Chaser feeds on our website, the YouTube channels, all that. And we're going to have our next weather cut in here in about 10 minutes, 6:45 p.m., sooner if necessary. And as always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Interactive weather radars, storm chasing videos, severe weather coverage, and more. We'll be back at 6:45, sooner if necessary.
Local storm report from 1 mile south-southeast of Oak Trail Shores in Hood County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, order hail just intersection of Tin Top Highway and LaPont Highway, FM4. Texas local storm report from 3 miles north of Marshall Creek in Denton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Think, $50, 1.25 inches.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer at 6:45 this Friday of the 24th of May, 2024. We've got a bit of a mess underway across North Texas and Northeast Texas. That's not necessarily a bad thing. When I say the word mess, it means we have several storms. They're kind of in close proximity to each other, and no single storm has shown, really organized dominant tendencies for long. And by that, I mean, some of these have pulsed up from time to time, shown a bit of rotation. Some have produced golf ball size hail, but, we haven't had softballs falling out of the sky. We haven't had any confirmed tornadoes, none of that. And hopefully that will be the name of the game for the rest of this evening. I mean, I'm not saying that it's going to be, but it'd be nice if we didn't have to deal with that, wouldn't it? All right, let's talk about what is going on, though, right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm in northeastern Cook and Grayson counties. This storm, for all intent and purposes, has kind of turned into a blob. We could have pockets of maybe nickel to quarter-size hail from near Thackerville, Oklahoma, to Dexter to Gordonville, north of Whitesboro, cross it over 377, southeast towards the city of Sherman, Knollwood, to just southwest of Denison. Those storms are kind of moving off mostly to the east. And again, heavy rainfall that could cause some localized flash flooding, especially after the heavy rain this morning. So we'll see what that does. We've got a storm, southern Denton County. This storm isn't really looking all that organized anymore. It's weakening. It's still producing pocket change size hail, maybe some localized 45-mile-an-hour wind gust, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. That storm is moving southeast, east-southeast, really towards Louisville, Highland Village, and Carrollton. But if it keeps weakening and eventually dissipates, it won't really be that much of a problem, will it? All right, further south, we have a new storm that's quickly gone up over Duncanville, over to far south Dallas, kind of near I-20, and 67. That storm may have nickel to quarter size hail with it. That may get its own severe thunderstorm warning in a bit. That storm's generally moving off to the east-northeast towards Hutchins, Bulk Springs, Mesquite, and Lawson. We've got a severe thunderstorm down in Hood County. This is bringing quarter size hail to the city of Granbury. This storm looks...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Little River and Miller County in Arkansas.
less organized than it did.
Oklahoma. Bowie County in Texas.
Are we done? Less organized than it did earlier, but it's still capable of producing quarter-size hail. We'll have to see if it tries to pulse back up. It may. It's moving southeast towards, well, pretty much Lake Granbury at this point, the pecan plantation, down towards Highway 67 in eastern Somerville County. Should pass east of the city of Glen Rose. We've got some new showers and thunderstorms trying to go up across portions of southern North Texas, from Blum to Whitney to Malone over to Blooming Grove. So far, this activity is not severe. We'll keep an eye out in case something tries to pulse up. And then we've got this thunderstorm that is moving east from Rice towards Gun Barrel City, Maybank, Toole, Cedar Creek Reservoir. That could have quarter-size hail, strong winds, and heavy rainfall that could cause some flooding as well. And it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning way up here. I'm going to have to reset this radar program. That's going to be over DeKalb, just north of New Boston. It'll ride I-30 east towards Hooks, Red Bank, Leary, Red Lick, Wake Village, and eventually the city of Texarkana. That could have a bit of hail with it. All right, let's take a look at our chaser wall, see who might be out and about this afternoon. We've got storm chasers Adam Lucio and Stephen Jones. They are on this storm near Whitesboro. Jason Cooley has been keeping an eye on the storm that is weakening now near Flower Mound. And we've also had other chasers like Brett Wright, Chelsea Burnett, Trey Greenwood out and about this afternoon. And again, we have no tornado warnings at this point. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and we probably will for the next while. Some of these storms could continue into the late evening hours, and we still may see some additional storms try to fire up farther south. But at this point, That has not happened. So let's go ahead and keep doing what we're doing. We're going to check back here in about 10 minutes with our next severe weather update. We'll be back sooner if necessary. Otherwise, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps for your device, interactive weather radars, your local weather forecast, daily Texas weather roundups, and live severe weather coverage, plus storm chasing videos. So again, we'll be back here in about 10 minutes sooner if necessary. I do expect a severe thunderstorm warning will be issued for this new storm that's in South Dallas, moving towards Bulk Springs, with the potential for quarter-size hail soon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hood, Johnson, and Somervell County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Bowie County in Texas.
Well, that was a good time to return. All right, this is going to be a tornado warning now. This is going to be for Bowie County in northeast Texas. This will include the cities of Hooks and New Boston and Boston, along Interstate 30 west of Texarkana, east of DeKalb. This is a tornado warning until 7:30 p.m. At 6:59 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near DeKalb, or 7 miles northwest of New Boston, moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. And yeah, there is a decent little pocket of rotation showing up on the which way the wind's blowing mode. So, again, this is a tornado warning now for the city of New Boston.
Texas local
Hooks.
report from 3 miles west of Post Oak Bend City in Kaufman County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
This is going to be near County Road 2789 at County Road 3110 in Bowie County in northeast Texas. About 7 miles northwest of New Boston, moving southeast. It's kind of pretty much moving east, if we're being honest, but we'll say east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. You can see this area of circulation showing up. This is going to be approaching Daniels Chapel Road, County Road 3011, 3106, all the way down to near Interstate 30 near Boston, New Boston over the next several minutes. And again, you can see how this looks on radar. A bit of an inflow notch northwest of New Boston, back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And yeah, you can see that area of circulation here in northern portions of Bowie County. This will not be an issue for the city of DeKalb. This is east of DeKalb already. This is going to be northwest of New Boston, moving east, maybe east-southeast, Regardless, those of you from New Boston up Highway 8 need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy site-built structure. We would not recommend you try to ride this out in a trailer, mobile home, or vehicle. And again, this is a tornado warning until 7:30 p.m. for Bowie County, specifically New Boston, up Highway 8 to the Red River, east to Hooks and Red Bank. If this storm continues to move due east or east-southeast, this could eventually be an issue for the city of Texarkana. We'd advise no travel on Interstate 30 around New Boston at this time.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kaufman and Van Zandt County in Texas.
Gun Barrel City, you've got a storm capable of producing quarter-size hail, strong wind gusts moving into town from the west. This may also produce heavy rain with flooding. We've got a severe thunderstorm east of the city of Kaufman coming up to Wills Point, west of Canton on Interstate 20, Highway 80. That's moving towards Highway 19 and Highway 80 east of Wills Point near Edgewood, Fruitvale, and Grand Saline, Myrtle Springs. This storm could have strong, damaging winds, quarter-size hail. It's moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. We've got a thunderstorm trying to become better organized in southeastern Dallas County over Hutchins, northern sections of DeSoto and Lancaster and I-20, there at Spur 342, moving east towards Bulk Springs, Mesquite, Seagoville. Eventually, if this keeps moving due east, it could say yippity-doo, hi-ho, to the city of Forney and Terrell on Highway 80 over the next 30 to 45 minutes if it is able to intensify and persist. We've got a storm that produced quarter-size hail in the city of Granbury. That's now out of Granbury, moving southeast over the pecan plantation, southeastern sides of Lake Granbury. It's going to be moving southeast, crossing into western Johnson County. It's pretty much heading down towards Bono. This will stay well northeast of Glen Rose, moving towards west sections of Cleburne and Bono on Highway 67. There could be gusty winds and quarter-sized hail. We've got some other thunderstorms that have popped up at this point, maybe some pea-to-dime-sized hail across portions of Hill and Navarro counties. Those storms are moving north-northeast. Locally heavy rainfall, gusty winds, small hail. They are not severe at this time. We note there is no thunderstorm activity in the Hill Country or Central Texas at this time. The cap has held for now, and hopefully that means the cap will hold for the rest of the evening. Up in Grayson County we go. Where we'll end up, well, I can tell you, but I won't spoil the surprise. Storm, Pottsboro to Denison, could have nickel to quarter-size hail. Second or third storm, really, it doesn't matter. Another storm back over Gordonville to Dexter. Those are all moving east. This may result in some localized flooding, small to quarter-size hail, strong wind gusts, and that extends all the way back to Thackerville to Marietta on I-35, so that's probably making the interstate happy. If it makes you feel better, at least all this rain is actually avoiding the construction zones on the south side of Gainesville down to Valley View, since that area has a tendency to flood now when there's 5 drops of rain. Otherwise, we got some storms over Highway 271 from DePort to Bogota to Talco. Those are moving northeast towards Clarksville. Those may have some nickel-sized hail moving up towards Clarksville. And again, we have a tornado warning for a circulation now moving towards New Boston. In fact, that circulation, I'll be honest, is actually quite well organized. This very well could be a tornado in progress now near must try this again for the 5th time. Daniels Chapel Road, County Road 3103, County Road 3011, northwest of New Boston. We've got a pretty impressive looking circulation now, moving east-southeast. Winds moving away from the Shreveport radar at about 60 miles an hour. Winds moving towards the Shreveport radar at about 50 miles an hour. So again, about 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation. Radar suggests if we have a tornado down, it would be wrapped in heavy rain. But again, a possible tornado in progress now, moving east towards Daniels Chapel Road. This is going to be crossing over Highway 8, probably north of Interstate 30, It's only 3 miles west of Highway 8 right now and Zion Road, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. This thunderstorm circulation is going to pass within a few miles of New Boston. Hopefully, that means this will stay north of town. It's trending that way, but it's still going to be pretty close. For now, the circulation's north of I-30 by about 3 miles, crossing over Daniels Chapel Road, moving east towards Highway 8 and Zion Road, about 3 to 4 miles north of Interstate 30. This is going to pass over Highway 8 between I-30 and the Red River. This storm is moving generally off to the east right now, but it could also turn east-southeast, which may bring this threat to Interstate 30 between New Boston and Hooks. That's what the radar thinks is going to happen, and for what it's worth, that would be an issue for the city of Texarkana by 8 p.m. with maybe hail, strong winds, perhaps a tornado. But again, we have strong rotation indicated on the super-duper magical awesome blossom radar, as we have our storm chasers out and about. Adam Lucio's in Gordonville, Grayson County, Stephen Jones near Whitesboro, and Jason Cooley has made the unforgivable mistake of trying to go through downtown Dallas on a storm chase. That's not a good idea, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to chase in the DFW Metroplex, never an enjoyable prospect, and that's from someone who hasn't done it in about 10 years or so, and it wasn't fun 10 years ago. So, we have a severe storm coming up on Zion Road and Highway 8, capable of producing a rain-wrapped tornado. This is in northeast Texas, Bowie County, way northeast Texas. This tornado warning does include Interstate 30. We don't want anyone traveling on I-30 right now around New Boston. It's not like anyone's going to listen to me, given the fact I keep seeing videos of tornadoes in Texas this week, and all the roads are just jam-packed with people going about their day. But, hey, you know what? At least if I say it, that means I can say, told you so. This will be near New Boston pretty much now. This is going to be near Hooks by about 7:20 p.m. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Can I help you? What's your deal? What's going on, dog? What? Come here. Are you having a moment? Can I help you? Are you being taunted by the squirrels? Yeah. What is going on? What? Hold on. What's wrong? Dog's freaking out. Here, I'll turn off the audio stuff so you can at least hear this. What's wrong? Are you okay? Do you need to howl? If you howl, I need to turn this way down. Okay. What's wrong? Okay, you're okay. Go lay down. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning coming up on Zion Road and Highway 8, north of New Boston, moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. We don't want anyone on Interstate 30 right now between New Boston and Hooks. It wouldn't honestly be a bad idea not to go west of Texarkana right now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Cook and Grayson County in Texas,
as this dangerous storm is moving off to the east-southeast and will likely cross over Interstate 30 over the next several minutes. Back over to the How Hard It's Raining mode, you can see just the big old blob. It's not your classic supercell, but it definitely has the potential to produce a tornado near or just northwest of New Boston. You can see this is actually trending southeast closer to New Boston. So if you're in New Boston, you need to be in a safe place. That includes Highway 8 and Interstate 30, and Highway 82. East of DeKalb, west of Texarkana, we'd advise no travel. Possibility of a tornado about to cross over Highway 8 very near Interstate 30. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about 50 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 50, so we're 100-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear now approaching New Boston in northeast Texas. This thunderstorm moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Let's take a look. We've got a storm moving northeast from Highway 271 to Port Mogada, moving northeast towards Clarksville. That might have some nickel-size hail. Back in the Metroplex in North Texas we go. We've got a storm over Interstate 20 approaching Wills Point, Edgewood, Fruitvale, Myrtle Springs.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Henderson, Kaufman, Navarro,
This
and
storm
Van
could
Zandt
have
County in
damaging wind,
Texas.
large hail. Back into Gun Barrel City. Y'all are getting heavy rain and hail right now. The potential for localized damaging winds, maybe some flash flooding. This radar is being a real pain in the butt. And a little bit of rotation showing up near Tool. We'll keep an eye on that. That storm's moving east towards Gun Barrel City, passing north of the city of Athens, moving towards Maybank, Eustis. It'll cross 175, the potential for quarter-size hail. We've got a pretty big thunderstorm over southeastern Dallas County, producing heavy rain, maybe nickel-size hail from Mesquite to Bulk Springs to Seagoville to Hutchins, southeast Dallas. This storm is moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Severe thunderstorm in far southeastern Hood County, moving into far northeastern Somerville County and western Johnson County. This storm could have quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds. That storm is going to be moving southeast towards Rio Vista, could be in Rio Vista by 8 p.m. A couple of new storms going up now, all the way from northeast of Belmead, northeast of Waco to Mount Com to Hubbard, up to Hillsboro, Itasca, Grandview. These storms are moving northeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour with some small hail, gusty winds. We'll keep an eye on it. At this point, nothing that indicates anything worse than that. And then again, this whole cluster of storms up on the Red River now, pretty much from the city of Denison all the way back over 377 across Gordonville, Dexter to Thackerville. We have a flash flood warning now in effect all the way from Marietta, Oklahoma, I-35 mile marker 16, down through the way station in southern Oklahoma, down to Thackerville, Windstar World Casino, all the way east across northern portions of Cook and Grayson counties. They had a lot of rain last night, and they're having more rain now. All right, those of you in New Boston, we do really want you to be in a safe place. This thing actually is showing some impressive rotation, and that is not good. A possible tornado now very near or just north of New Boston. And again, this thing's got a wrapped up circulation here, and this is coming dangerously close to New Boston. You can see the latest data here. Winds moving away from the radar at about 75 miles an hour. Winds moving towards the radar at probably about 50. So again, now we're up to about 125 to 130 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. And again, this is all likely rain wrapped. You wouldn't be able to see the tornado. We don't have a tornado debris signature, which is good. We're looking at about 5,500 feet above ground level, which isn't the extreme low levels, but it's also not 15,000 feet. So no tornado debris signature, which is good, but that doesn't mean we don't have a tornado down, because by the time we see a tornado debris signature, that just means, well, a tornado's lofted debris to 5,500 feet. So again, this is a situation where those of you in New Boston need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. Pretty much. Helmet, shoes, safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. What? Okay. A tornado emergency now for New Boston. A tornado emergency for Bowie County and New Boston. At 7:14 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was reported just northwest of New Boston by trained weather spotters. This is a tornado emergency for New Boston. What? Okay. Oh, yeah, you heard it from them. Tornado emergency for New Boston from the National Weather Service in Shreveport. A reported large and extremely dangerous tornado now approaching the city of New Boston, Interstate 30, Bowie County, in northeast Texas. This is a tornado emergency for the city of New Boston. Report of a large destructive tornado near Interstate 30 and Highway 8 approaching the city of New Boston. The potential for, well, big problems. So again, this is a tornado emergency now for the city of New Boston in Bowie County in northeast Texas. A reported large, and I'm just going to use their wording here. I'm going to quote this directly. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over New Boston, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Tornado emergency for New Boston. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. To repeat, a large and extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. So again, this is a tornado emergency from the National Weather Service for New Boston in northeast Texas. A large, destructive tornado reportedly in the vicinity of New Boston in Bowie County in northeast Texas. Reported by weather spotters. We don't have a tornado debris signature. There is strong rotation, and apparently weather spotters reporting a large tornado. So again, the Weather Service has elected to issue a tornado emergency for New Boston. Remember, we don't issue warnings. We don't issue any of this. We're just the messengers. If we really did have a really big, violent tornado here, I'd expect to see a tornado debris signature. We're not. I'm not saying there's not a tornado here, but something's going on. And again, so just verbatim, word for word, their words. Tornado emergency for Bowie County and New Boston, Texas. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over New Boston, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Tornado emergency for New Boston. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. After New Boston, this is going to be moving east-southeast towards the community of Hooks on Interstate 20. So again, a report of a large tornado near New Boston. That's going to be moving east-southeast towards Hooks. Want no travel on Interstate 30 between New Boston and, frankly, probably not a bad idea just to hold around Texarkana on the eastern periphery. Again, a tornado emergency now for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, according to the National Weather Service, near New Boston. This is moving east towards Hooks in Bowie County in northeast Texas. You can see the latest velocity. We've got strong winds about 70 miles per hour away from the radar in Shreveport. We got winds of about 30 towards, so about 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. We don't have a tornado debris signature. We've got strong but not crazy outrageous velocities. If we have a tornado here, and apparently there is a confirmed tornado here, it's going to be wrapped in heavy rain. Again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado now in proximity of New Boston, probably just northeast of town now, probably just east of Highway 8, within a mile of Interstate 30, near or north of New Boston. This circulation is going to be moving off to the east towards Hooks. Those of you in Hooks in Bowie County, we'd advise you to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. Helmet. Be in a sturdy site-built structure. Again, a confirmed tornado now just northeast of New Boston by weather spotters. That's going to be moving east towards Hooks. New Boston, this is going to start moving away from you shortly. Please remain in your shelters until at least 7:30 p.m. Back in North Texas we go. We've got hailers. We've got a storm with hail near Gun Barrel City. No defined low-level rotation with that. That'll bring hail to Maybank, 175 down in northwest of the city of Athens. This storm eventually, if it survives, could say hello to Smith County. We've got a storm over Wills Point. Moving northeast towards Emory, that storm has the potential of quarter-size hail, localized damaging wind gusts. Same thing for Quinlan. We got a storm over Mesquite, Bulk Springs, Forney, Seagoville, starting to perk up a little in the hail department, maybe some nickel-size hail. That's moving east. We've got a storm weakening now north of Glen Rose in western Johnson County. Those storms are not severe. We've got a storm going up quickly just southwest of the city of Hillsborough. That one may become severe with hail shortly, and that's about to cross over Interstate 35 near Hillsborough. That could have some big hail in it if it continues to develop. And then we've got other storms. We note a couple storms trying to go up now. One just west of the city of Brownwood, one northwest of Comanche. We're starting to see a few blips down here in Bell County, eastern sides of Temple, Holland, Little River Academy. So again, the cap is starting to try to break in a few more spots down here now, which means we may see a few more storms. All right, let's get back to the tornado warning. A thunderstorm that reportedly had a tornado down several minutes ago near or just northeast of New Boston, moving east towards Hooks. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 70 miles an hour, winds moving towards the radar at about 30 to 40. This thunderstorm does have the potential of a tornado, would likely be wrapped in heavy rain. Tornado would likely right now be located 3 to 4 miles northeast of Highway 8 and Interstate 30. Coming up on County Road 2103, Billy Sims Road, east towards Red Bank. This thunderstorm moving east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. The potential of a rain-wrapped tornado with it. The Weather Service did issue a tornado emergency for New Boston. But again, I haven't seen any actual reports coming across of a tornado down. We don't have a tornado debris signature. And yeah, there's strong rotation. This thing could have a tornado with it, but I'm going to be honest here. This one might have been crying wolf in terms of a tornado emergency. Those are reserved for the most extreme, violent tornadoes. Yeah, this could be a tornado. But
a new tornado warning has been issued for Bowie County in Texas.
And yeah, this thing's capable of producing tornadoes. It's strong low-level rotation, that's for sure, but I'm not seeing a tornado debris signature. I'm not seeing any visual evidence that we've had a big tornado. So, what gives? We'll see. All right, tornado warning now extended. This is going to take it further east into Bowie County. I'm going to turn the radar off, show you who's in, who's out. This tornado warning does include Red Lick, Leary, Hooks, Red Bank, areas east of New Boston. It does not include the city of Texarkana yet. This storm, however, will be near the city of Texarkana and Nash at 7:45 p.m. Red Lick around 7:40. Hooks 7:30. This tornado warning also includes Red Bank and Leary. This is Bowie County in northeast Texas. This will stay north of Maud, north of Redwater, north of Domino in Atlanta, north of Douglasville, east of DeKalb. If you're in New Boston, you're clear. If you're in the city of New Boston at Highway 82 and Highway 8, you're clear. Strong rotation continues with this thunderstorm. It could produce a tornado at any time. This storm's moving east along Billy Sims Road towards Red Bank, moving east towards Hooks, Leary, Red Lick. Debris tracker, we're not seeing anything detected by the radar. We're looking at about 5,000 feet above the surface here. Rotation, yeah, we've got some pretty strong rotation here. So again, we'll see. So again, the possibility of a tornado now approaching Red Bank and Hooks. New Boston, you're clear. Boston, you're clear. If you're west of Highway 8, you're clear. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. There have been a couple, or at least one report, I guess, of a large tornado a bit earlier. I'll be honest, I'm not completely buying it. I mean, yeah, we probably do have a tornado here. But if we had one of these, tornado emergency like EF4, EF5s here, we'd be seeing debris at the altitude we're looking at. Here, we're looking at, I'll even turn this on here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hempstead, Little River, and Miller County in Arkansas.
Folks, we're looking
County in Texas.
We're looking 5,500 feet above the ground. If we had a large, violent tornado down doing catastrophic damage, this thing would be launching debris 25,000 feet into the air. The fact you think a tornado debris signature can't be launched 5,500 feet in the air, someone's off the rocker. That's for sure. Again, this thing could be down. It could be a tornado. I'm not saying it's not, but at the same time, if we're going to pull out all the bells and whistles and scream, "Oh, sweet Mama May, it's a tornado emergency," there had better be a really big tornado there. And for what it's worth, I don't know, there was. And as you might be able to tell, I'm really kind of not happy about that. I don't like it. I don't like screaming wolf, crying wolf, whatever. Ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. It's the only tornado warning we have in the state. We've got severe thunderstorms. We've got a severe storm approaching 175, Gun Barrel City, Maybank, Eustis. That could have quarter-size hail. It's moving east 20 miles an hour. We got a storm coming up from Quinlan to Lone Oak to East Tawakoni, Tawakoni Lake, Tawakoni State Park, Emory, down to Grand Saline, moving northeast. That could have nickel-size hail. We got storms, eastern Dallas County moving into western Kaufman County. These storms capable of nickel-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. If they intensify, a severe thunderstorm warning will be required. Looks like it might be doing a supercell split, in which case the north side of this near Mesquite may move towards Rockwall. Right split may turn southeast towards Combine and Kaufman. We've got some storms going up. Hillsboro, we note this storm, actually the radar thinks this storm has really big hail. So, Hillsboro, you might get at least quarter-size hail out of this. I wouldn't be shocked if the Weather Service puts a severe thunderstorm warning on this. There it is, by the way.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ellis, Hill, and Navarro County in Texas.
So again, severe storm over the city of Hillsboro. That could have large hail. Hillsboro, you might be getting in some real big hail right now. You get to be our guinea pigs and let us know. Thanks for that, Ground Truth. Don't you like it when you get to report the hail to us? No, you shouldn't, because that's not fun. Otherwise, storms further west have weakened. Okay. Let's talk about, make sure. Yeah, we got a few storms trying to go up. One over Brown County, one up into Comanche County, one in Bell County. Those storms, maybe a bit of hail. We'll keep an eye on it. Only tornado warning we're dealing with right now is for a thunderstorm east of New Boston, moving east towards Hooks. Generally, the western sides of Texarkana. You can see it. We have rotation here. It's kind of broad. But this thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado at any time. And now the dog's freaking out again. I guess the dog knows something I don't. I bet there's a cat or a squirrel taller on the front lawn. So, all right, here's what I'm going to do real quick. We're going to be back in 3 minutes. I'm going to go figure out what's going on and take a little quick visit to the little boy's room. Again, storm capable of producing a tornado approaching Hooks, north of Interstate 30, trying to edge its way towards Leary and eventually the city of Texarkana over the next 20 minutes or so. All right, we'll be back here 3 minutes, 7:35 or less. All right, apologies. Tornado warning continues for Bowie County. This is going to be now east of the city of New Boston, moving east towards Hooks, Red Bank, Red Lick, and Leary. Rotation, it's not as impressive looking now. It's decreasing, which is good. So again, those of you in Leary, Hooks, Red Lick, and Red Bank, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Eventually, if this storm continues, it may make it to the city of Texarkana. We'll have to see. Could have a bit of hail, gusty winds. But again, this doesn't look like your classic well-organized supercell. It definitely is weaker than it was 10 minutes ago, which is good. Back into North Texas we go. Where we'll end up, who the heck knows? We've got a storm over eastern Dallas County, western Kaufman County, moving towards Forney, Terrell, Crandall, Post Oak, Bend City. That could have nickel-size hail moving east. Storm over Rosser, moving towards Oak Grove. Storm over Gun Barrel City, down 175 through Eustis, just northwest of Athens, moving slowly into southern Van Zandt County. Should pass south of the city of Canton, but it may have hail, localized damaging winds, and yeah, we're keeping an eye out. It is showing some rotation, so we'll have to watch that. Down in Hillsboro, y'all are just getting at it now. This thing's gone from little baby stormy to really quick. Potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Now, Hillsborough east to Mertens, Bynum. This storm's right now is moving east at 25. And again, could also have wind gust over 60 miles an hour. Probably some nasty hail on 35 around the Love's travel stop, the QT, the trucker stops around there, and then up to the 35 EW split. That storm moving east. We've got a couple stormies trying to go up down I-35 into McLennan, Bell counties. For now, those are nothing. A couple storms trying to go up Brown County, up into Comanche County. These at this point are just showers, maybe with some lightning with them. Nothing to write home about. We do note flash flood warnings underway. Marietta, Oklahoma, mile marker 17, 16 on I-35, down to Windstar, mile marker 3 and 1. East into northern Cook County, northern Grayson counties, over to Pottsboro, pretty much to Denison. Could have some flooding there, especially after all the rain last night and early this morning from the storms I said weren't going to happen, but then ended up happening. So that was a great call on my part. Storm hooks moving east at about 20 miles an hour. The potential for golf ball size hail. Those of you in Hooks and Leary, Red Bank, Red Lick should be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let me go ahead. We'll switch back over to the velocity mode. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just loop this over the last 30 minutes so you can see how trends have been looking. It definitely looks a lot less organized than it did earlier. You can see we had a relative maxima of velocity circulation northwest of New Boston, kind of broadening out and weakening now east of New Boston as it moves towards Hooks, Leary, Red Lick on Interstate 30. Potential exists for large hail, gusty winds, maybe a spin-up tornado or two. But again, it looks a lot weaker than it did earlier, which is good. We'll have to see if it tries to re-intensify. I would prefer it not, as would everyone else, but we'll see. I don't really get to make that call. That's kind of out of my department. I'm just the messenger. All right, press some buttons on that. We'll switch back over to the statewide radar, show y'all what's been going on this afternoon and evening. It's been a pretty hazy day across the eastern half of the state, that's for sure. Got a nasty storm just east of Hillsborough now. Bynum to Mertens. That storm, the potential for large hail, localized damaging winds. That's moving east about 25 miles an hour. We've got a strong storm over Crandall up to Talty, Forney. That could have maybe some dime to nickel size hail. That's generally moving east to Kaufman. Notice we're starting to see a lot more storms fire up in the last 20 to 30 minutes. We must have an increase in the low-level jet. That's what last night allowed storms to develop across parts of North Texas, Northeast Texas after about 9 p.m. That wind increasing a few thousand feet above the surface, a typical response to the sun setting, what we call atmospheric decoupling, where the friction or the mixing decreases and we see a wind report or winds increase a few thousand feet above the surface. As that happens, it can act as a source of lift at times, resulting in new storms developing, and that might be what's going on here. Clearly something's going on, since we went from calming down to now we're starting to see a bunch more storms fire up. Now, most of these new storms are behaving themselves across, parts of central Texas, North Texas, but some of them are being a little rowdy, being a little bit being some rascals.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Little River and Sevier County in Arkansas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Bowie, and Red River County in Texas.
Excuse me. So again, we're here. We've got a single tornado warning. This is going to be for a thunderstorm approaching Leary in northeast Texas, eventually moving into Texarkana. The storm itself has shown a downtrend in organization over the last 15 minutes, which is good. We've got a storm with hail on 175 from Maybank to Eustis. There could be quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail with that. Moving, it almost looks like it's moving east-northeast now, slowly towards portions of Smith County. That could say hello to Tyler later if it keeps up. We've got a slow-moving storm, eastern Dallas County, Kaufman County. We've got a slow-moving storm in Hill County. And we've got more isolated activity back on the dry line in Comanche and Brown counties. And we've got a couple of showers firing up in eastern McLennan and eastern Bell County. So that's what we're dealing with right now. All right, let's take a quick look at this. Let's switch back over. I'm going to show you the velocity real quick. Then we're going to take a quick breather. You can see we do have some modest rotation still east of Hooks near Leary. This is moving towards Texarkana. This thunderstorm could also have heavy rain, maybe some nickel-sized hail, gusty winds. We'll see what the Weather Service decides to do. If they decide to extend the tornado warning, we'll deal with it. But kind of don't think they need to right at this moment, but it's borderline. All right, what we're going to do real quick is we're going to take about a 15-minute break now that that circulation has calmed itself down. We're not going anywhere, but we are going to take about a 15-minute breather at a maximum. If we need to come back before then, we will. But for now, I'm going to actually reset this program real quick. Then we're going to take a quick 15-minute breather. But we'll be back before 8 o'clock if we need to be or something else happens. So again, you can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, interactive weather radars, your local weather forecast, daily Texas weather roundups, and more. And again, we'll be back here by 8 o'clock at the latest, sooner if necessary.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Miller County in Arkansas, Bowie County in Texas,
All right, looks like the Weather Service has elected to issue a tornado warning that does extend the Bowie County circulation and warning through the city of Texarkana, so we'll come back on now. Yeah, that is looking more organized again, so this is going to be a tornado warning now for the city of Texarkana, both Texarkana, Texas, and Texarkana, Arkansas, in addition to Wake Village and Nash. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near, let's just say, Kelly Road, about a mile north of Highway 67. This is going to be moving east-southeast into western portions of the city of Texarkana in the next few minutes, crossing over the state line and moving into Arkansas. So again, this is a tornado warning through 8:30 p.m., though in reality it'll be out of Texas by 8:10 to 8:15. This storm's moving from west to east at about 25 miles an hour. The potential for a quick tornado with this, along with some hail, damaging straight-line winds. We'll go ahead and take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode here. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 50 miles an hour. We've got winds blowing towards the radar down in Shreveport. Well, figures it just updated. We got winds moving away at about 45. We've got winds blowing towards at about 25. So again, we've got about 70, 75 mile an hour shear with this thunderstorm across eastern Bowie County, about to move into western sections of the city of Texarkana. This tornado warning does include Texarkana, Texas, Texarkana, Arkansas, Wake Village. This includes Highway 67 through the city of Texarkana. This includes Interstate 30 through the city of Texarkana. This includes Interstate 49 from I-30 all the way down towards Folk, Arkansas. So again, if you're in Texarkana, you're going to need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes aren't a bad idea. We're starting to see a low-level circulation develop with a thunderstorm in Southern Hill County near Penelope and Malone. Let me go look at that real quick. And again, city of Texarkana, possible tornado developing or moving into the west sides of the cities with strong rotation. Another storm I'm becoming concerned about is this one southeast of Hillsboro. This is going to be near Malone and Penelope. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see we do have a circulation here about 2 miles southwest of Malone. This storm's moving east at about 25 miles an hour. You can see we're having a lot of storm scale mischief here. We've got Hook trying to wrap around, but we also have these other showers and storms moving in and interacting with this storm. So what that means is one of two things could happen. One, sometimes when these storms whack into each other like this, it'll actually jumpstart a low-level circulation, enhance the mesocyclone, and result in increasing tornado potential. Second potential is it actually weakens the storm. At this point, with that hook in place, I'm becoming a little more concerned our tornado threat may be starting to increase here around Malone and Penelope, west of Hubbard in Southern Hill County. We'll keep an eye on that over the next several minutes. If the Weather Service detects increased rotation, they'll put a tornado warning on it. Right now, we do not have a tornado warning. Here in Kaufman County, we're keeping an eye on this storm. A lot of wind, heavy rain, some small hail, but no indications of strong low-level rotation with this storm. Back here east of Maybank now, Gun Barrel City, Payne Springs, Eustis, Maybank, you're clear from this storm with hail. This storm is now moving east, generally towards the city of Tundra, Martins Mill, Ben Wheeler, Murchison. Moving east, eventually that may make it into Smith County if it doesn't weaken. So again, Storm in southeastern Hill County. I'm becoming a little more concerned about a tornado threat over the next little while. We'll keep an eye on that. Otherwise, the only tornado warning we have in the state of Texas is far northeastern Bowie County. This is going to be for a thunderstorm moving into the city of Texarkana from the west, the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail, localized damaging winds, and we can't rule out a tornado. So those of you in Texarkana, Texas, you're going to need to be in shelter for about another 10 to 15 minutes as this storm comes in from the west. We haven't had any recent reports that indicate there's a tornado down, but it definitely has the potential of being a storm that could produce a tornado at any time. So we'd encourage you in Texarkana and Wake Village to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy site-built structure. If you're in a mobile home, a vehicle, it's not a great place to be, but really at this point, it's kind of too late to go anywhere else. So just hunker down, do your best. So Texarkana, Texas, this should be moving through in the next 10 to 15 minutes, making it out into Arkansas. And then it won't be our issue anymore. But those of you in far northeastern Bowie or far eastern Bowie County, city of Texarkana, again, a thunderstorm exhibiting rotation has the potential of producing a quick spin-up tornado as it moves in from Nash into the city of Texarkana. As this thunderstorm continues moving west to east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. So, those of you in Texarkana, just do what you're supposed to do. That's going to be taking your tornado safety precautions. This should be over in about 15 minutes. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we'll get through this A-OK. Heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail coming into the city now. Could be up to quarter-size hail, strong winds. And maybe a spin-up tornado now on the west sides of Texarkana, coming up to Highway 59 and 67. So we'll be moving east into the city now. Moving closer to Highway 93 and Highway 67. It will be crossing into Arkansas in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Other storm we're concerned about at this point, besides near Texarkana, is going to be a storm in southeastern portions of Hill County near Malone. This storm has a bit of rotation trying to develop near Penelope and Malone, but it is not really super strong rotation right now. It's just something we're keeping an eye on at this point because, we like to keep an eye on mischievous storms. We've got storms in Kaufman County putting down maybe some nickel-sized hail, strong wind gust, heavy rain. Same thing goes if you're north of Athens, south of Ken on Highway 19. No tornadoes with this activity, just a lot of heavy rain, maybe some small hail, gusty winds. And then we've got some storms firing up on Highway 67 all the way from Comanche County down to Brown County, Brownwood, Lake Brownwood. They had nasty wind and hail earlier this week. They are not doing that again right now. Those are just some stormies throwing out lightning, small hail, moderate to heavy rainfall, gusty winds. City of Texarkana, circulation now in the city. Haven't had any reports of a tornado down, which is good. But again, this storm could produce a quick spin-up tornado as it moves over downtown Texarkana before moving into Arkansas. You're okay, Caesars. So again, this is the which way the wind's blowing mode at this point. We'll just actually switch to this. Rotation, about 50 miles an hour away from the radar, maybe 20 towards. So we've got about 60 to 70 mile an hour worth of rotation. It's not super strong right now, but it's capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado, along with maybe some quarter-size hail, localized damaging wind gusts. And it'll be in Arkansas in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then it will be donezo for the city of Texarkana, though there may be some more storms tonight with lightning, hail, wind. We'll see. Excuse me. Clearly, it's almost time for my next caffeine refill. Again, the only other two storms in the state right now that are severe. One, northeast of Eustis, south of Canton, north of Athens. Second, east of Hillsborough over Malone, Irene, Mertens, Bynum, and that's moving east towards the city of Corsicana. Come here. Cece, come here. Other side, dog. Hey. You go, bonehead. Dog's being a bit of a high-maintenance diva tonight. Yeah, yes you are. Is it because I didn't let you have a doggy cam? So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for eastern Bowie County around the city of Texarkana for about another 10 minutes until it moves into Arkansas. This is going to be a storm capable of producing maybe some quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds. You can see the hail core is about to move into the Arkansas side of Texarkana. Still a bit of rotation now right over downtown Texarkana on the Texas side. That will be moving into Arkansas in the next several minutes. Those of you in Wake Village and Nash, you're clear. If you're west of Highway 59, you're clear. And we'll be able to give the all clear for anyone on the Texas side of Texarkana within the next 5 minutes. But we still might have a circulation within a mile or two of the Arkansas state line here in eastern Bowie County across the city of Texarkana. But again, Texarkana, Texas, you'll be clear in the next 5 minutes. If you're west of 59, you're already clear. And then we'll keep an eye out for these other storms back southwest, showing indications of some hail, some heavy rain, some gusty winds. And lightning. So again, it's 8:07 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got a possible spin-up tornado near Texarkana in far northeast Texas. Hail core would be up on I-30. Potential for a tornado would be about 2 miles or so south of I-30 near 67 and 93 in downtown Texarkana, Texas. This is going to be moving east into Texarkana, Arkansas shortly, and thus will be out of the state of Texas. Let's go ahead and switch back to this. I'm going to put a loop on, let y'all see what's going on with storms in North Texas over the last half hour. You can see we've got storms south of DFW, southeast of DFW. DFW itself, you're clear. It looks like you're probably done with storms, which is good since we have a lot of sporting events, outdoor graduations, because, you know, scheduling graduations outdoors in late May. What could possibly go wrong with that in Texas? It's either storming or 105 degrees. So again, this is going to be a cluster of storms now. Hill County moving into Navarro County towards Corsicana, Streetman. That storm, we're going to have to watch for hail, gusty winds. Can't completely rule out a tornado over the course of this storm's life, but nothing that suggests that's an issue right now. We got some storms coming up on I-20 from Terrell all the way southeast of Canton. Oh, excuse me, over to Van. Those are generally moving northeast. There could be some dime to maybe quarter-size hail with that. Gusty winds, heavy rain. All right, so the Texarkana storm will be out of Texas here in the next, 2 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to come back here at 8:20 p.m. with our next severe weather update. We'll be back sooner if needed. But again, Texarkana, Texas, you'll be clear here by 8:15. That storm literally on the Texas-Arkansas border right now, moving into Arkansas. These other storms here in North Texas, we'll keep an eye on those for hail, wind, maybe a spin-up tornado or two over the next couple of hours. We'll be back here in 10 minutes, sooner if necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and hello. Clearly, Baldy in Chief has found caffeine. Let's talk about what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. It is 8:20 p.m. Well, that was just rude.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone, Hill, Limestone, and Navarro County in Texas.
Rude. It is 8:20 p.m. now on this, the magical super duper Friday of the 24th of May, 2024. Let's talk about stormies. Storm that was near Texarkana is out of the state of Texas. So is the tornado warning. In its wake, we have a couple thunderstorms producing hail, high winds, heavy rainfall, generally south and east of the DFW Metroplex. We've got a supercell just east of Kemp. That is moving east towards the city of Canton, Tundra, southern Van Zandt County, showing a pretty good amount of wind with that. A little bit of rotation north of Maybank, nothing to write home about right now, but that'll be moving east towards Martins Mill, Ben Wheeler, Tundra, Canton, the city of Van. Eventually, that may make a run at places like Lindale, to Mineola, the city of Tyler in Smith County. That storm moving east at about 25 miles an hour. Farther south, a little cluster has evolved southwest of Corsicana down Highway 34, if I'm right, please be right, 31, so close. All the way down to Hubbard, south on 45 through the I-45 curve through Richland down to Mahia, west of Mahia to Prairie Hill. Those storms are generally moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. There may be some southeastward trajectory of motion to that, which may mean those of you in Mahia, besides the amount of lightning you're going through right now, may end up having to deal with some more unpleasantness in a bit in terms of the threat of hail and damaging winds. Winds generally 55 to 70 miles an hour. Hail sizes generally quarter to golf ball. We haven't really had anything bigger than golf balls this afternoon. Storms just haven't been organized long enough to support that, which is perfectly fine with, I think, a majority of us. So what is our expectations over the next few hours? Well, you can see those storms from Comanche County down to Brownwood are generally weakening or staying steady state. Pea-sized hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. This cluster of storms that has evolved in eastern North Texas may continue and push maybe towards western Louisiana, honestly. Threat across East Texas will increase as these storms move east, southeast slowly. They're probably going to be here for at least a few more hours. Not going to make the mistake assuming they're going to dissipate anytime soon. If they do, that'd be great. But those of you in East Texas, heads up, these storms at southern North Texas and East Texas will continue and have the potential of producing some hail, some strong winds, and heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning. So we'll keep an eye on it. Main threats, again, large hail, damaging winds. Can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado. The overall tornado threat is low for the rest of the evening. What we're going to do is we're going to be back here at 8:40 with another severe weather update. We'll be back sooner if necessary. Otherwise, it's looking like a quiet evening across central Texas and the Hill Country. Should be quiet for at least most of the DFW Metroplex over the next little while. We keep having a little storm or two pop up in southeast Dallas County, so I guess we'll have to keep an eye on things, but the rest of the Metroplex is doing A-okay. All right, we'll be back by 8:40, sooner if necessary, with our next severe weather update. We'll leave the chaser streams on, along with the radar and some music. Once we get past sunset here in a bit, we should at least have a pretty good lightning show with that, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles south of Canton in Van Zandt County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, amateur radio report of quarter-sized hail off Highway 19. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Smith and Wood County in Texas.
All right, we're going to come back a bit early here. I'm starting to see a bit of a problem developing across southwestern Van Zandt County. Starting to see a circulation pop up here just west of Highway 198, a couple miles northeast of 175 and 198 here northeast of Maybank. Notice how we're starting to see this velocity couplet increase. This is in association with a pretty substantial uptick in the thunderstorm's intensity as well. You can see that hail core is starting to come up into the ridiculous category. And the Weather Service, if this keeps up, may have to put a tornado warning on this. But even if there's not a tornado threat here, what we do have is the potential for large, nasty-sized hail just northeast of Maybank now, southwest of Canton. This storm seems to be moving southeast now, which is problematic for those of you in Eustis all the way down to the city of Athens with this nasty-looking storm. So again, this is one of these right movers that is now moving southeast, kind of towards Murchison, Brownsboro, Athens. Again, we're going to have to keep an eye on this as this storm is, it really is trying to move southeast and east. We're just going to have to see what the prevalent direction becomes. But yeah, we're starting to see a bit of an uptick in the mesocyclone of the storm. The potential for hail, big hail, damaging winds, and obviously a lot of lightning with that storm as it moves east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So we'll see what comes of that. We've got another storm down here from Coolidge, southwest of Texarkana, Mahia, moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. This storm could have some hail with it, maybe quarter size. Strong wind gusts. And it's also showing a little bit of rotation with it, north of Highway 84, moving towards Mahia. Quarter size hail with that. By far, though, this storm northeast of Maybank, northeast of Gun Barrel City, has the most attitude at this point. Showing a pretty good area of circulation, pretty good as in not good. Approaching Highway 198, we'll go back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, yeah, you can actually see this does have a fairly potent circulation now developing about 5 miles northeast of Maybank. Now, we're looking pretty high up here. We're looking at about 6,700 feet, so it's not extremely low level. But it's concerning. We're going to put a prompt on this. We've got winds moving towards the radar in Burleson at about 75. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 35 to 40. So the potential exists that we could have a low-level circulation developing here with this thunderstorm. Again, this now at this point would be 5 miles northeast of Maybank, 6 miles north of Eustis, about 8 miles west of Highway 19, and this is southwest of Canton by like 15 miles. This isn't going to be an issue for the city of Canton, probably. Now, this storm is either moving east, southeast, or more to the east. Regardless, those of you in southern Van Zandt County and northern Henderson County are going to need to keep a close eye on this. Those of you in Tundra to Martins Hill, down to Murchison, maybe to Ben Wheeler, you're going to have to keep an eye on this as well, as this thunderstorm continues to show indications of producing nasty hail, large wind. Oh, sweet Mama May. See, this is what happens when you're doing this for days on end, and it just all starts trying to blend together. But in this case, large hail, damaging winds, the potential for perhaps maybe some increasing rotation that could warrant a tornado warning in the next while. Now, let's do something here. Let's switch to the Shreveport radar. just to get a different perspective of what this looks like. And again, a little noisy from Shreveport, but it is showing a bit of rotation in that same spot as well. Hi, dog. Can I help you? Are we doing the whole it's time for you to be loud and annoying thing? You can see well-organized supercell. Shreveport radar thinks this thing's moving due east still, while the Fort Worth radar has it trending more east-southeast. Regardless, we'll split the difference and say those of you from Tundra to Martins Hill down to Murchison in northern Henderson County, you might have an issue with this. No tornado warning at this point, though. The Weather Service in Fort Worth keeping a close eye on it. That is for sure. But again, yeah, definitely some rotation here. If not that, we're going to have a lot of damaging wind. Pretty nasty hail signature with this thing, too. We'll have a new severe thunderstorm warning with it shortly, I'm sure. And then again, down here in northern portions of Limestone County, southern Navarro County, western Freestone counties, we have storms capable of producing some hail, quarter-size, strong wind gust, damaging winds. You got this on your mobile device, Jason? Ah, wrong channel. Oops, sorry everybody, didn't mean to blast all of you. Mr. Yason, do you have this on your mobile device? So, it's 6:42 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. Bit of a circulation trying to develop now about 5 miles north of Eustis, about 6 to 7 northeast of Maybank. You can see that here on the radar, how that updated. This circulation moving east-southeast could have a lot of damaging straight-line winds, the potential for the biggest hail we've seen today so far. This thing could be dropping golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Honestly, maybe a bit bigger than that. The potential for damaging straight line winds. Heavy rainfall, and a non-zero risk that this attempts to go tornadic. We'll have either a new severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning for northern Henderson County soon, I suspect, with this thunderstorm as it continues to move east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We've got storms eastern Dallas County shooting off a bunch of lightning. That's where meteorologist Jason Cooley's been watching for that lightning show. We've got a storm at southwestern Kaufman, eastern Ellis County. And then we've got a storm northern Limestone, southern Navarro, eastern Hill, western Freestone counties. All these storms generally moving east about 25 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to, with the Maybank storm, maybe tennis ball size hail. Localized damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Heavy rainfall and lightning. So we're going to keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. I'm going to let you go watch Jason stream again for a bit in his lightning show. And we'll be back here by 9 p.m. with another severe weather update sooner if necessary, and it may be. We'll see.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Henderson and Van Zandt County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Henderson and Van Zandt County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning now for the storm we've been watching carefully. This will be a tornado warning that does include the city of Athens, Eustis, Murchison, Brownsboro, Chandler, Moore Station, New York, Poynor, Berryville. This is a tornado warning now for southern Van Zandt and northern Henderson County. So, with that in mind, this tornado warning does include the city of Athens, all the cities I just listed. So that means you're going to need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We'll read this warning from the Weather Service in Fort Worth at 8:49 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Purtis Creek State Park, or 10 miles north of Athens, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This tornado warning does include the city of Athens. This severe thunderstorm will remain over rural areas of southwestern Van Zandt and northeastern Henderson counties, including New York, LaRue, Moore Station, Murchison, Falba, Walton, Martins Hill, Poynor, and Coffee City. This will impact areas that got hit hard yesterday by either damaging straight line winds or a tornado. Regardless, this thing's got attitude, the potential for large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps a tornado. All right, here's what we're looking at here. The Weather Service and, well, we watching this area of rotation right on the Van Zant, Henderson County line. This storm, moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, could directly impact Murchison. Hopefully, unless it turns farther south, it'll stay a bit north of Athens itself. But Athens, you're still going to get some nasty wind out of this, heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail. And that's going to be moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Let me see if I can't get some roads on here. (2804) County Road 3000, 3902 here in Henderson County. North of the city of Athens, you've got Highway 19 going north. This is east of 175. Circulation is on Van Zant County 2901, probably in proximity of 2908. We'll see if it comes up to 2916, 2918, west of Highway 19 in far southern Van Zant County and northern portions of Henderson County. Once this circulation crosses over Highway 19, it's going to be moving southeast along County Road 3800 in Henderson County, moving down towards Murchison, Bankhead Street. And eventually will cross Highway 31 around Murchison to Brownsboro to maybe Chandler. And again, this storm is moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So again, tornado warning until 9:30 p.m. Southern Van Zant, northern Henderson County. This does include Highway 175 from Eustis all the way down to Athens, down towards almost Frankston, but it'll likely remain northeast of 175 for a while. Strong winds, though, will move into the city of Athens. Highest threat of a tornado in the next 20 minutes will be from north of Athens on Highway 19 to Murchison on Highway 31. With this thunderstorm moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. In addition, the potential of a tornado damaging straight-line winds and large hail are likely. But again, this tornado, if there's one down, likely near the Van Zant, Hutchins, I don't know why I keep saying Hutchins, the Van Zant, Henderson County line, near or a couple miles west of Highway 19, moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. The potential for this to directly impact Highway 19 on or just south of the Henderson, Van Zant County line. Those of you from Athens north to near Tundra, Martin's Mill, down to Murchison, Brownsboro to Moore Station. So Poynor, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room away from windows. We might actually have two circulations here. I'm a little concerned we have something trying to develop farther south, coming up towards County Road 3910 and 3909 here in Henderson County. We might also still have a circulation up on the Henderson-Van Zant County line, and this is moving southeast. So again, you can see pretty well-defined hook echo here. I'll turn off the road thingy-majiggy, and I'll turn on the I get to draw like a fourth grader. Actually, a 4-year-old. Let's not kid ourselves. So your inflow notch, well-defined supercell, hail core up here in southern Van Zant County. This is all moving southeast. This is your rear flank downdraft, winds on the backside, the stormy coming on down. And we have two circulations showing up here. Now, we're not looking at the super low levels. We're looking at about 8,000 feet above the surface, unfortunately, so the mid-levels. But again, we have one circulation showing up near the Van Zant, Hutchins, and Henderson County line, and a second possible circulation in Henderson County, north of the city of Athens, just east of County Road 2804, coming up to Highway 19. Both of these moving towards Murchison and the north sides of the city of Athens. So if you're in Athens, And Murchison, this is an immediate call to action for you to enact your tornado safety procedures. That'll be if you're in a site-built sturdy structure, lowest floor, center room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, hard sole shoes, and a helmet if you got one handy. If not, that's okay. Just go get in the safest place. We don't recommend you try to ride this out in a mobile home, a trailer, or a vehicle. We'd encourage you to try to get to a friend's house or something that's in a sturdy site-built structure, or a gas station, a fast food restaurant, somewhere you can go inside and take shelter there. Otherwise, again, possible circulation is now about 3 miles north of the Jed Robinson Loop and Highway 19 on the north sides of the city of Anderson. This is moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. It looks like we've had a circulation develop a little farther south now, which is why this is closer to the city of Athens. One little circulation here on the tip of this hook, and then still some indications of rotation back on the Van Zant Henderson County line. But again, we're not looking in the real low levels here. We've had issues down here before where we've not seen low-level circulations and there have been tornadoes, and we only know about it afterwards because of damage. But again, the potential for a tornado, northern Henderson County, far southern Van Zant County, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Those of you in Murchison, Brownsboro, Moore Station, Coffee City, Chandler, you need to be in a safe place. Floor, center room away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We likely have quarter to golf ball size hail, the potential for damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. We've got another storm from Kemp to Gun Barrel City. That's not doing much, maybe some small hail. We got a storm west of Mahia. Now that's showing increasing rotation now. Do we have to? On Highway 84 west of Mahia. What we're going to do, let me look from a different radar to make sure we're not getting some beam de-aliasing issues. No, we're seeing a bit of that rotation up here. So again, we might have some increasing rotation west of Mahia on Highway 84. No tornado warning at this point, but that's something we'll keep an eye on. The potential for quarter-size hail on Highway 171 from Coolidge all the way down to Mahia, and then from Mahia west on 84 to east of Prairie Hill. And again, that's a circulation we're going to have to keep an eye on. So 2 storms we're watching for low-level spinny, doom potential. One west of Mahia, moving towards Mahia in northern Limestone County. Second storm in portions of Henderson and southern Van Zant County, moving towards really the city of Athens and Murchison. And this is a pretty strong velocity signature. Whether or not this is just damaging straight line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour or a possible tornado, I can't say for sure, but either way, it is going to try its best to make a ruckus.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Kaufman and Van Zant County in Texas.
So we'd encourage you to take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy for you and your family members. Possible tornado now coming up on Highway 19 in proximity of County Road 3911. The Caney Creek stream down towards County Road 3912. In terms of Murchison, this would be about 5 miles due west of Murchison, or about 2 to 3 miles north of the Jed Robertson Loop and Highway 19. And again, pretty strong area of rotation being depicted here. You can see as we take a look at the how hard it's raining mode, big old HP, high precipitation supercell. This thing is moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. The potential for a rain-wrapped tornado near County Road. Sorry, I'm double checking. I'm not going to say it wrong or give you the wrong information. Near County Road 3911. Or about 2 to 4 miles north of the Jed Robertson Loop and Highway 19, moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. If there's something down here, you're not going to likely see it. It's probably wrapped in heavy rain and darkness. Back to which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see on the radar. Definitely a area of strong rotation. Heavy rain. and large hail moving south-southeast at 25 miles an hour. It's the only tornado warning we have right now, and this is a tornado warning now at this point for northern Henderson County. The threat of a tornado has ended in Van Zandt County, but there's still strong winds, hail around Tundra to Martin's Hill to Van. But the tornado threat would now be about 3 miles north of the city of Athens on Highway 19, moving southeast towards northeastern sides of Athens and Murchison. That'll cross over Highway 31 between Athens and Murchison. We'd advise no travel west of Chandler and Brownsboro. If this storm does not turn left, this is going to stay west of Brownsboro, west of Chandler, but it's still going to be a close call. We definitely encourage folks north of Athens and in the city of Athens to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're also keeping an eye on a thunderstorm on Highway 84, just west of the city of Mejia, south of Coolidge, southwest of, I'm not even going to try to say that, northwest of Forest Glade, east of Prairie Hill. That is starting to show some increased rotation. But again, with these storms, this storm we're looking at here in Henderson County, we're looking at about 8,000 feet above the ground. It is not a super duper easy situation to deal with in terms of radar coverage, unfortunately, but definitely a well-defined supercell. You can see your hook echo there, the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado damaging straight-line winds and large hail with this thunderstorm as it moves to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So those of you in Athens, we really want you to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and we'll get through this over the next 30 minutes together. Again, the other severe storm near Mejia could have hail, high wind. And then we're seeing very strong rotation just north of Athens, back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, this thing is what we call gate to gate. This is going to be where we have a very strong velocity signature. It'll update on here in a second, but using my other radar source, I can tell you the velocity is moving towards the radar in Burleson about 60 to 65 miles an hour, away about 50 miles an hour. So we have about 100 to 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear with this. Moving on to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So we want folks on Highway 31 from Highway 19 east of Murchison, up Highway 31 from Athens northeast of Murchison, Brownsboro, to New York, to Moore Station, to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. And again, that's going to be for this thunderstorm, showing indications of a tornado in progress near Highway 19, about 2 to 4 miles north of the Jed Robinson Loop, moving east-southeast towards Murchison. Athens, you're probably getting some heavy rain and strong winds right now, but if this radar is correct, and we have to be mindful that it could be off a little bit because we're looking so far from the radar site, and thunderstorms have tilt involved, that this thunderstorm circulation is probably about 2 to 4 miles north of Athens, moving east-southeast towards Highway 31 from Highway 19 towards Murchison. So we want y'all to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this is a tornado warning for Henderson County in North Texas until 9:30 p.m. This will be along and east of Highway 175 for a circulation on Highway 19 about to cross over and move down southeast towards Highway 31 northeast of Athens. So the clear call to action here is folks north of Athens, northeast of Athens, in Athens, over to Murchison. You need to be in a safe place. We really need folks between 19 and 31 around Murchison from Athens northeast in northeastern Henderson County to be in a safe place. This is a very strong velocity signature looking so far away from the radar site. You can see looking at the how hard it's raining mode, well-defined circulation showing up in terms of your hook echo, And then the velocity data here, even a bit messed up there, is showing that strong rotation. We'll look from the Shreveport radar. It's a bit further away, but it'll still at least give us a glimpse of what's going on. And yeah, you can still see that rotation, even though here we're looking at about 10 to 11,000 feet above the surface. Let's take a look at these storms farther south into portions of southern North Texas / Central Texas. We got a little stormy going up just northeast of Lacey Lakeview, northeast of Waco, up to Hubbard there on Highway 31. And then we got a severe storm west of Mahia. This thing's actually showing a bit of rotation with it. Are you okay? Okay. Moving east on Highway 84 towards Mahia, we'll see. That might be getting a little closer to the tornado warning, but still quarter-size hail, damaging winds, maybe some low-level rotation. With that storm, as it moves east towards Mahia at about 20 miles an hour. These things are not moving very quickly today. That's either a good thing or a bad thing, but either way, those of you from Athens to Murchison on Highway 31 up to Highway 19, you need to be in a safe place. You should have been in a safe place 10 minutes ago, but definitely need to be in a safe place now. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. So those of you in Murchison to Brownsboro to Moore Station to New York need to be in a safe place. From Athens to the northeast of Athens. Now, this circulation likely is going to remain just northeast of the city of Athens, but we still need folks to be in shelter regardless, just in case. We want to play it safe. This eventually may be moving towards Lake Athens. So we want folks on 1616, 773, 3800, 3819, 3804, the South Van Zant Fire Station near Draggart Lake to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Latest velocity scan just came in. It's still quite concerning over here. We could easily have a tornado in progress approaching Murchison, approaching Highway 31 near 773, approaching areas northeast of Athens. Now, city of Athens, this is going to likely stay to your northeast by 3 to 4 miles, but out of an abundance of caution, we want you to be in a safe place anyway. We'll read the latest update from the Weather Service in Fort Worth. It's going to be a tornado warning until 9:30 p.m. Van Zant County is clear. 9:08 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is about 3 to 4 miles northeast of Athens, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So it's moving a little faster now. This tornado warning includes Chandler, Brownsboro, Berryville, Lake Palestine, Murchison, Poynor, Coffee City, Moore Station, New York, and Lareau. So again, this is a possible rain-wrapped tornado, very difficult to see at night, approaching Murchison, Highway 31, FM 773, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Means Murchison, you've got less than 5 to 10 minutes until this thing comes in and says hello. We note heavy rain, flooding, maybe some small hail, heavy wind, all the way back up to Interstate 20 through Van, Grand Saline, back west on 80 to Wills Point, Terrell, I-20, Terrell to pretty much almost Lindale at this point. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail, heavy wind with that. But the worst of this, storm complex is in association with the circulation approaching Murchison, now northeast of the city of Athens. Back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, this thing's having some issues. De-aliasing is what it's called. But on my other screen, I'm able to keep a look at it. And, well, we'll see what happens. And there you can see, that's a pretty strong velocity signature. We've got winds moving away from the radar at, about 75 miles an hour. 50 to 70. We got winds moving towards the radar at about 50. So 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation here at about 8 to 9,000 feet above the ground. Pretty indicative that we could have a tornado down. Now, we're not seeing a tornado debris signature, and that's good. That doesn't mean we don't have a tornado down. We're looking 9,000 feet above the surface.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee and Smith County in Texas.
If we see a tornado debris signature at 9,000 feet, we've got a strong tornado down. So don't take the lack of a TDS as an indication nothing's going on. This thunderstorm could easily have a tornado down with it as it approaches Murchison between on Highway 31 between Murchison and the city of Athens. Again, you can see the latest scan there, getting much closer to FM 773 and Murchison. Very strong velocity signature. So please be in a safe place if you are in the city of Athens, up Highway 31 towards Murchison, west of Brownsboro. This dangerous thunderstorm is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, the potential for a tornado at any time. We're probably not going to know anything's happened out here until we hear about damage reports after the fact. It's nighttime. This thing's wrapped in heavy rain.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
But again, this thing probably is producing nasty wind, a tornado, or both, along with large hail. So those of you in Murchison need to be in a safe place. Again, that's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, a helmet. Just be in a safe place. This storm will likely stay northeast of Athens. The tornado, at least, will likely stay just northeast of Athens. But we'd still encourage you all to be in a safe place. Tornado probably, again, very near the city of Murchison right now, a few miles northeast of Athens, up Highway 31. We'd encourage you to be in a safe place. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in Murchison on Highway 31 near FM 773, you're almost out of time. This tornado is likely very near your location right now. And again, for looking so far away from the radar site, this is a very pronounced velocity signature, and we could have a tornado down here. So please be in a safe place. Again, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Damaging winds or a tornado here could knock trees down on your home or business, could result in blocked roads, etc. You can see the latest scan just came in. This remains a very strong velocity signature. Winds moving towards the radar at about 70, winds moving away at about 50. On my screen that I'm looking at with slightly higher resolution data, we've got winds moving towards the radar at 80 miles an hour, moving away at about 35 to 40, so 110 to 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate velocities here indicates, yes, the potential that we could have a tornado here northeast of Athens on Highway 31, very near FM 773 and Highway 31, very near Murchison. If you're in the city of Athens, you've got wind, you've got lightning and heavy rain, but the tornado likely is going to stay just to your northeast. Those of you in Brownsboro down to Moore Station to New York, all the way down to Lake Athens need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. FM 317 east of Athens, FM 1803, 20 County Road 3623, 3700. You need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we're probably not going to have any sort of visual reports of this thing because it's wrapped in rain. We're probably going to have damage after the fact, and that's when we're going to know something's happened here, but either damaging straight line winds, the potential for a tornado, hail, etc., moving southeast. This will be moving southeast towards Moore Station, Brownsboro, Coffee City, Berryville. This will remain southwest of Smith County and the city of Tyler. We've got heavy rain and maybe some small hail, gusty winds up on I-20 from near Terrell to Terrell down to Canton to Van to Lindale, Highway 80 from just east of Terrell, Wills Point, Grand Saline to Mineola, and then 69 up to Alba. That's just a bunch of heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. No tornado with that. This thing we might have a new circulation starting to develop now just southeast of Athens. One circulation near Murchison, Highway 31 and FM 773. But if we look at the radar, we're also starting to see some indications on the southeast sides of Athens. We'll let the velocity scan come back around. But again, we're looking at here is a radar site farther away from DFW. So we're not able to see, or farther away from the storm from, well, DFW. So we're looking the mid levels, about 8,000 to 9,000 feet. This storm's moving southeast. The potential for damaging straight line winds, quarter size hail, maybe a tornado. Because of the time of night, the fact it's a wooded area, we're not going to see the thing. We're going to know about it after the fact when we hear about trees down, power lines down, damage to objects. Hopefully not. Hopefully nothing's going on, but it very well may be. So again, a tornado warning is in effect for Henderson County. This does include the city of Athens, east to Moore Station, New York, Coffee City, Murchison, Brownsboro. Chandler, I think this is going to stay west of you, but you're still going to get wind, maybe a bit of hail. Eventually, this could be moving down towards Frankston, Berryville, Bullard. These areas got hit yesterday by either hurricane force winds or tornado, and y'all are going to be dealing with that threat once again over the next 30 to 45 minutes, it appears, unfortunately. So again, a tornado warning for Henderson County. Circulation east-southeast sides of Athens up to Murchison. Moving southeast towards New York, Moore Station, Poynor, Frankston, Coffee City, Berryville. The potential for 60 to 80 mile an hour hurricane force winds. Perhaps a tornado, large hail, and damaging winds. We see a couple different signatures on here. One near Murchison, but we might have a new circulation now developing farther southeast of Athens. That be moving down 175 towards Moore Station and Poynor. We'll get that velocity scan update here in just a second. But that's what I think we've had happen, is we had a cyclic process occur. We saw it many times yesterday, farther southwest, where one circulation would weaken, a new circulation would form, and I'm willing to bet that's what we have happening here. So again, there's the new scan. You can see one pretty strong velocity signature now near Lake Limestone, unfortunately, or Lake Limestone. What am I saying? Is it Lake Limestone? No, Lake Athens. I'm late. Lake Athens, and then one circulation maybe near still Murchison. So again, we might have a tornado in progress, or at least hurricane force winds near Lake Athens. A second circulation with strong winds near Murchison. Both of these are moving southeast. Brownsboro to Moore Station to Poynor, Coffee City, New York, Berryville. You're going to need to be in a safe place. City of Athens. This is likely now to your east. If you are west, or if you're in the city loop around Athens, you're fine. You're clear. It's still pouring and storming. You've got rain, probably some flooding, but the threat of damaging winds and tornadoes likely. Now, up 31 to Murchison and southeast/east of Athens near Lake Athens on FM 317. In fact, that's new circulations becoming quite evident here. You could see that easily. You've got one circulation near Murchison, one near Lake Athens. Both are moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour towards Moore Station, Brownsboro, Coffee City, Berryville, Poynor. You can see on the how hard it's raining mode, we've got, I'll just loop it for you so you can see. Pretty well-defined hook echo there. And this storm is just moving southeast. You can see we've had a new inflow notch develop southeast of Athens. The potential for a tornado. So those of you in Brownsboro to Moore Station to New York, FM 317 around Lake Athens. Poynor, FM 607. You need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room. Away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmets wouldn't be the worst idea. And again, the city of Athens, you're clear from this if you're in town west-north. If you are out east of Athens towards Lake Athens, you've still got issues. New York, Moore Station, Coffee City, Poynor, Berryville to Frankston. You need to enact your tornado safety plan. Brownsboro, this is probably going to stay just to your southwest by a few miles, but you're still in the tornado warning. Chandler, I think you're going to be fine unless we have a circulation develop further north, but you're still going to get strong winds, some hail, and heavy rain. We'll take a look at the storm near Mahia. You could see slow-moving supercell bringing heavy rain, hail, strong winds to Tig, up 84 to Mahia. You can see we've got additional storms back west with heavy rain, some small hail. This storm near Mahia could also have strong winds. We're seeing a bit of rotation with it. It's not super strong, but it's evident. We're keeping an eye on it for sure. Then again, this circulation near Murchison, and then we technically do have a circulation near Mahia we're keeping a close eye on, but we're also looking, 9,000 feet above the surface, so not the best look. But keeping an eye on the Mahia storm, that's moving down 84 towards Teague and Fairfield. We're keeping an eye on this storm near Lake Athens that is showing a circulation, same thing near Murchison, but we're not getting a real good look at these. If I had to say, I'd say they look less impressive than they did earlier, the circulations, but they're still there. Damaging straight line winds, hail, and maybe a rain-wrapped tornado. And I'll loop the velocity here for you so you can see what I'm talking about. See, we've had several circulations here, but it's definitely looking less impressive, which is good. So again, a tornado warning remains in effect for Henderson County until 9:30 p.m. That's another 7 minutes. A thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, maybe a tornado, and some hail currently from just southeast of Athens to Murchison to Brownsboro, moving southeast towards Moore Station, pouring north, Coffee City, and Berryville. And again, not a strong rotation now, but still capable of maybe a tornado, damaging winds that could knock down trees, power lines, knock trees down on, roads, buildings, cause power outages. And then we've got the storm over Mahia. Could have heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail from Mahia on 84 up Highway 14 to Wortham, northwest of Mahia to the town I can't pronounce, and then Coolidge, and then 84 down to Tig, and eventually I-45 southwest of Fairfield. We do note a few storms in southeastern Brown County. Northern Goldwaite County have actually intensified a bit. Maybe some small hail, lightning with that, a nice little lightning show. And then otherwise, we've just got this cluster of storms now, roughly from Wills Point to Mineola to Tyler to Canton, Athens to Bullard, capable of producing damaging winds, pocket change size hail, heavy rainfall that may result in instances of flash flooding. And I'll put the statewide loop on so you can just see that real quick. I'll switch over to the typical satellite product, put on some radar over the last few hours, and you can see what we've been dealing with. We've been pretty quiet across most of DFW Metroplex for several hours now. We've got some storms in southern North Texas, moving into, I guess, technically the far northern Brazos Valley into East Texas. And then we've had a few storms just lollygagging around parts of Brown County. And that activity is moving east or east-southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Most storms are behaving. Some are producing quarter-size hail. localized damaging winds. And then, of course, we've got the tornado warning for another 3 minutes in Henderson County. I don't think they're going to extend the tornado warning for Henderson County based on what I'm seeing. They did issue a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Smith and Cherokee counties in northeast East Texas. That does include Lindale down to Tyler to Bullard, Noonday, Mount Selman to Troop, White House, New Chapel Hill, Owentown, Winona. The potential for some high winds that could cause some damage, knock some trees down, maybe some heavy rain, and maybe some small hail. This looks like more of a wind maker than a hail maker at this point. And then we've got that storm over Mahia moving towards Tague, Farrar, Dew, and eventually Buffalo. That could have quarter to $half size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. But again, tornado warning for Henderson County expires in 3 minutes. The general expectation over the next few hours is these storms may keep going for a while. They may keep going through midnight. So folks in parts of East Texas, maybe the far northern Brazos Valley, you may have some storms in your area over the next few hours. Strongest storms could have 40 to 70 mile an hour winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, a lot of lightning, and locally heavy rainfall. We're also keeping an eye on some of those storms back around Brown County that have thus far refused to really intensify, but also die. Most of these storms are moving east-southeast at about, 20 to 30 miles an hour. They're not moving fast. But again, those of you in parts of the northern Brazos Valley and East Texas, these may continue for, another 2 to 4 hours, and they could at times produce damaging winds that knock down trees, cause some wind damage, heavy rainfall for localized flooding, maybe some dime to quarter size hail, maybe $half size hail, and the potential for maybe a tornado at times. Circulation definitely a lot less impressive than it was. I think this storm now southeast of Athens, about to move into Moore Station in New York, Pornor, Berryville, Frankston's a big old wind maker now south of Lake Athens. Potential for wind damage. Can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado, but wind damage, heavy rainfall, maybe some dime to quarter size hail, and heavy rainfall that's going to cause some flooding. And unfortunately, tomorrow, it looks like we may be busy again. In this morning's weather roundup, I mentioned that we were looking for the cap to hold, and that last night's data was indicating the cap would hold tomorrow afternoon along the dry line. Unfortunately, that has changed. This evening's data, in fact, the tornado warning for Henderson County has been allowed to expire, by the way, so no more tornado warnings. What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to load the high-res rapid refresh model for tomorrow. The data came in actually as we were doing the coverage, and I'm going to show you what it's showing. So let me zoom out. We're just going to look statewide. And again, this is going to be for tomorrow. Afternoon into tomorrow evening, and I'm just going to load up, noon through 5 a.m. Sunday. I'll let that load real quick, and I'll show you what it's showing. I'll let this data load real quick, but again, this is the high-res rapid refresh model tomorrow afternoon through tomorrow night. Let the data load real quick. It's actually loading kind of slow tonight. And again, we thought and hoped it'd be quiet. It's not going to be quiet, probably. You can see this would actually be a major tornado outbreak. Kansas, Oklahoma, maybe even into parts of the big country, Texoma, North Texas for tomorrow. This would be a high-end severe weather threat. These storms, these arcing line of supercells, Kansas and Oklahoma could have long-track, strong to violent EF3, EF5 type tornadoes, softball to DVD size hail, and very strong winds. Unfortunately, this has now also trended to try to include Northwest Texas, Texoma, the big country, North Texas. Notice how some of these supercells develop, around Abilene, Wichita Falls, and make it all the way to I-35 tomorrow evening. DFW, Texoma, Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas. The strongest of these storms, if this happens, the strongest of these storms will be producing tornadoes. Giant hail, softball to DVD size, and hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour. And yeah, the risk for strong, longer-lived tornadoes would increase, even with some of those storms in Texas, after 6 p.m. tomorrow. Here's the severe weather outlook for tomorrow as it stands now. I expect we're going to see this, unfortunately, there's probably going to be a level 5 risk introduced in parts of Oklahoma and Kansas, and we may see some of these higher risk probabilities drawn south of the Red River into the Big Country, Northwest Texas, Texoma, and North Texas. Again, if the cap holds tomorrow, it's going to be a hot, windy, humid day. If we have storms develop and the cap doesn't hold, strongest storms, baseball, softball, DVD size hail, that's 3 to 5 inches in diameter, the potential for hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour, and an increasing tornado threat. Here's the tornado risk for tomorrow. And again, this is probably going to get expanded. There's probably going to be a high tornado risk introduced in Oklahoma and Kansas. We'll probably see this medium threat expanded south to I-20 in parts of North Texas and the Big Country. So yeah, if we have storms tomorrow, they're going to be rowdy. They're going to be a lot stronger than the ones we've had the last few days, where we've had mostly hail, wind, a few tornadoes. Tomorrow, tornado threat goes way up. And that's if we have storms south of the Red River. If we don't, it's going to be an okay day. But if we do, we're going to be busy. And we're trending towards the busy side again, unfortunately. But we really won't know until we see storms going. All right, it's 9:32 p.m. We've got a severe storm moving through eastern Henderson County. East of Athens now, approaching Brownsboro, Moore Station, New York. This storm's moving east, east-southeast, towards Smith County and Cherokee counties in East Texas. Damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail. Heavy rainfall that may cause flooding. Storms now kind of a cluster that's formed along Highway 84 pretty much from the city of Waco all the way east to Fairfield, moving east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail, and damaging winds. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this back on a loop for a while. We're going to have another update here at 9:50 p.m. We'll be back sooner if necessary. And again, no, we're starting to see more storms back in southwestern North Texas. So again, we may still have storms ongoing for several more hours yet across portions of the northern sections of Texas. They're slowly moving southeast, but the strongest of these storms could remain severe through at least midnight with damaging winds, pocket change size hail, heavy rainfall with some flooding. And the tornado threat is not zero. It is low, but not zero. So we may have a tornado warning from time to time. So again, we'll be back here at 9:50 p.m. with our next severe weather update sooner if necessary.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Anderson, Henderson, and Van Zandt County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and come back. I'm starting to get a little worried we might have a circulation trying to spin up in eastern Henderson County, moving towards Smith County. What we're going to do is we're going to switch to the Shreveport radar. We're going to take a look at this. And again, even if we don't have, a tornadic circulation, this may end up being an area of damaging straight-line winds. South of Brownsboro, just north of Moore Station, this is moving almost due east towards Noonday, Chandler, Flint, White House, southern sections of Tyler. And again, this isn't a, super strong signature that would indicate tornado down now, but it may at least be producing damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. And again, this is going to be moving east at about 25 miles an hour with the potential for damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour, potential for maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, heavy rain that may cause areas of flooding. But that is the general idea of what we're watching with this storm right now. So those of you from Chandler to Coffee City to Berryville to Bullard to Troop to Arp to White House, New Chapel Hill, city of Tyler, heads up, you've got a pretty rowdy thunderstorm coming on in from the west, damaging straight line winds, maybe some small hail, heavy rainfall, and maybe a spin-up tornado. As we take a look back down here in the northern Brazos Valley, southern North Texas, storm near Tige, looking less impressive. That's good. There could still be some nickel-size hail with that as it moves east towards Fairfield, city of Teague, over the next 5 to 20 minutes. Riding east on 84, 179 towards Interstate 45. And then we've got just heavy rain and flooding, and heavy rain, Limestone County, all the way back on 84 to just northeast of Waco, over Mahia, Coolidge, over to Wortham, Curvin, etc. Those storms are moving east. And then back here, we've got a storm near Mullen, north of Goldwaith. That storm, maybe some small hail, lightning, gusty winds. All right, so again, most of these storms moving east, east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Strongest storms, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, quarter-size hail, flooding rainfall. Can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado. All right, we're going to be back here at 10 p.m. on the dot. If we need to come back before then, we shall. But we'll have our next update here in about 10 minutes, live here at the Texas Storm Chasers. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. It's going to be local weather radar, interactive weather radar, local weather forecasts, daily Texas weather roundups, and more. So again, we'll be back at 10 p.m. sooner if necessary with your next severe weather update. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We're coming up to 10 o'clock now on this, the 24th of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David Reimer. We do have a cluster of thunderstorms moving east into the Tyler Bullard areas from Frankston up to Chandler to Lindale. These storms that are moving east have the potential for localized winds of 50 to 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. There may be some nickel 2/4 size hail. Big hail is not on the bingo card with this complex of storms. Strong winds are, and again, some of these winds could be strong enough to knock down some trees, power outages, all the stuff you can expect with strong winds. At this point, we're not seeing indications this is producing winds over like 65 to 70 miles an hour. But we are monitoring a few areas of modest rotation in this thunderstorm. We've got one area just south of Chandler. We've got one area southwest of Coffee City. And again, this one near Chandler moving into Smith County towards noonday, we're going to have to keep an eye on just in case it intensifies and tightens, because if that happens, the threat of a spin-up tornado would increase and the Weather Service would have to issue a tornado warning. And that warning would probably include parts of the city of Tyler over to Noonday, White House, New Chapel Hill. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. This cluster of storms moving east at about 25 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on it now. Track it out over the next hour. We'll say it's moving east. So again, moving east at about 30. Would have this in the city of Tyler by 10:15. White House about 10:20 to 10:25. Bullard about 10:15 to 10:20. Let's zoom in. Overton about 10:45 to 10:50. ARP about 10:40. Liberty City about 10:55. Kilgore right around 10:55 to 11 p.m. That would have it in Longview about 11:10 to 11:15. Approaching Highway 42 and Highway 64 about 10:50 to 10:55. New Summerfield about 10:40 to 10:55. City of Jacksonville about 10:20. Again, the potential for localized wind gusts over 65 miles an hour. The potential for some nickel to quarter size hail in spots. This is not a big hail maker. And we can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado with this complex as it moves east. We'll keep a close eye on it, and if the rotation in any part of this storm segment intensifies, the Weather Service may feel it necessary to put a tornado warning out for portions of Smith County. At this point, though, that is not the case. Back southwest into portions of southern North Texas / the northern Brazos Valley, we've got a thunderstorm over Fairfield that's dropping small hail, gusty winds, heavy rainfall. We've got a supercell that has intensified right back over Mahia, where there's already been way too much rain, and now there's more. From Mahia west on 84 southwest, down almost Highway 14 to northwest of Groesbeck. This storm's moving southeast. We note a bit of low-level rotation, or at least mid-level rotation, being detected by the Fort Worth radar. We'll switch to the Granger radar to get a different angle at this, and yeah, a bit, but this is probably outflow dominated. It probably has rain-cooled air that has been pushed out from this storm, reducing the threat of a tornado, but still, we could have some strong winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail, and additional heavy rainfall in an area already under a flash flood warning. So that's not going to help anybody, unfortunately. And again, these storms are only moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. They're not moving very quick. Otherwise, these are really the only storms we have left. We have a couple showers over Goldwaith. Back in Mills County. But otherwise, the only two severe storm areas we're watching, complex from moving towards Tyler from Chandler, Frankston over to north of Jacksonville, Bullard and Troop, moving east, and then this little area of storm activity that could have some nickel to quarter size hail, winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour on Highway 84 near Mahia, east of Tague, and then a strong storm out there by Fairfield. All this activity generally moving either east at 30 or southeast at about 25. All right, we're going to keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll have an update here at about 10:15. Again, strong winds moving into Smith County and areas north of Jacksonville. We'll have heavy rain, some small hail, strong winds, with these thunderstorms moving from west to east at 30 miles an hour into the city of Tyler, White House, Bullard, Noonday, Troop, and Jacksonville. So we'll be back here in about 10 minutes, sooner if necessary. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app that'll let you track these storms with their free interactive weather radars. Get your local weather forecast. You can check out our daily Texas weather roundup forecasts and severe weather coverage like we're probably going to be doing again tomorrow. So, that being said, we'll keep you up to date. We'll be back here in 10 minutes sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is 10:15 this on Friday, the 24th of May, 2024. We're monitoring a couple of severe thunderstorms still late this evening. Some of these thunderstorms are still capable of producing nickel to quarter size hail, along with localized damaging wind gusts over 65 miles an hour. One such cluster of storms has entered portions of Tyler, all the way down Highway 69 through Flint, Bullard, Mount Selman, down to Jacksonville. That cluster continues to move east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. That'll make its way towards Kilgore, Arp, Troop, New Summerfield, Concord, Price, New London, Selman City, Henderson, Laneville. Over the next 30 to 45 minutes, the potential for damaging straight line winds over 60 to 65 miles an hour, potential for maybe some dime to nickel size hail, heavy rainfall. Overall, this storm is looking less intense than it was about 15 minutes ago, which is a good thing. And hopefully that weakening trend will continue, but we still may have storms ongoing for the next few hours. Watching this little cluster down from now Forest Glade to Mahia, moving southeast towards Groesbeck, Farrar, Donnie, west of Buffalo to Tige, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. This cluster really hasn't been moving much, producing prolifically heavy rainfall rates across portions of Highway 84 around Mahia. Eventually, this may make it down towards portions of southeastern Limestone County, Farrar, Groesbeck, maybe even over towards Buffalo and Freestone County. Flooding rainfall, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, strong wind gusts are expected. But I am hopeful we're going to be calming down for the remainder of the evening, but storms may continue in some parts of East Texas, Northeast Texas for a few more hours with localized damaging winds, maybe some pocket change size hail. So now that we're calming down, hopefully, please knock on wood, what we're going to do now is we're going to redirect everybody over to our 24/7 radar stream. You'll get the same audible warning alerts, some music, get to watch the radar and that information. And if we have any new tornado warnings, we will be back. Otherwise, what we're going to do now is we're going to take a bit of a break. We'll keep an eye on things, but the plan of attack is, hopefully, you won't have to hear from me again until tomorrow, when we could have a bit of a busy period across the big country, Northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, Kansas, and Oklahoma. It could be a busy, busy day. But for now, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David Reimer. We'll keep an eye on things here, but y'all have a good night. God bless. Thank you for joining.